Hello, and welcome back to Minecraft 1710 Legacy, featuring mostly witchery et al. We have the final level or two of vampirism to complete, which means we are waiting for nightfall so we can finish building our crypt. And then we have to capture and transmogrify villagers. Oh, and I can actually sleep in the coffin now. Okay. Maybe closing it down and restarting has fixed some things. That might mean that the speed buffs are fixed too, but let's not push our luck on that one. Need to place that temporarily so I can get up here. Oh, and I forgot I was going to make nether brick slabs to cap off this roof with. That's not how block placement works, ever. Hmm. I could continue the stair pattern. I don't know if I want to do that. We certainly have the stairs for it. But if we're stair blocking the roof like this, at what point do we stop? I would guess right now, since I've run out of stairs to keep that going. Alright, so we need one more stair block to fill that. But that can wait, because we still need to be able to get up here. And I need 3 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, so 30 half slabs to finish that roof off and make sure nothing can spawn on it. That's twice as many as I thought. Let's do one of those. I could have used regular stone slabs as well, which, you know what, that actually kind of fits the aesthetic better. Gives it a little bit of contrast. We'll finish up our grim prison. And now we need some kind of door. And at least one conversion cage. And I need to go consult my book because I don't remember how tall the cage needs to be. Its dimensions are very specific. Five of them to specially prepared cages, topped with wood, gap in the front. Okay, so it's only 2 blocks tall. And it says topped with wood. Those look like full blocks, not half blocks. So our extra slabs here may have been a mistake. No? Alright. Iron cage, open front, wooden top. I may need more than just one of these. We'll leave a 1 block gap. And make sure we respect the needs of lighting. Is 14 enough for 1 more? No, I would need literally 1 more iron bar. One more iron bar for the 3rd cage. Maybe stone floors just for flavor. Thing is, though, we need 5. Ow? What? How? This whole thing is very precisely engineered so I don't take chip damage like that. But it, I guess, just kind of happened. Let's see. Need more iron bars. So it's 15 bars per, 8 for the bottom row, 7 for the next. And I'm 1 short. This makes 16 apiece. So that's finishing the first cage, or finishing the second cage, making a third. No, finishing the third, making a fourth. And then this is enough to make the fifth. Our new friends will also eventually need beds, but they don't tell you that. They don't bother telling you that part. Hey, Raven, good to see you. Just finished building our vampire crypt. Some of our issues have been fixed too by closing down and starting up again today. For example, the coffin works. We can finally sleep through the night. Or sleep through the day, rather. Just so. I'm also wondering if that means that the speed boost power is fixed now too. But I want to finish these builds before I test that out. Yeah, I suspect it had to do with my trip to the end. Going to the end and back tends to mess up a lot of stuff in this version. I was actually surprised that going to the Nether and back partially fixed the issues, but evidently did not fix all of the issues. Alright, so now we have 5 cages. Our crypt for after they get converted. Need to get some coffins in here. I'd like that to open the other way. Oh, they stack. Why didn't I try that? There. Suitably spooky room. And now we're ready to actually start some conversions. With the 3 unfortunate fools we've brought home. Welcome to your new lives, boys. You will buy cooked fish. Maybe I can work with that. You will buy wool. I think I can work with that. So let's do some trading before we condemn them. That's a lot of garbage. I expected more actual fish. Don't know why I expected more fish, but here we are, not having fish. A lot of this stuff is just garbage. Wait, how did that get there? Oh, because it's an inventory. Ah. The fisher ejects items to adjacent inventories, and the hopper counts. Look at all these enchanted bows, though. Kind of a big shame that I can't, that I don't get experience from disenchanting these. Also, free lily pads. Like that. Whoop, don't step on the fire plant. Actually, why am I emptying these? There could be some use in just putting them here for the next time we need a potion. We also have potential here for some other fun. As we're putting random things away. Leather boots. We can sawmill leather boots, but they have to be full. So let's have those repaired. Two safari nets, who knows what's in them. Yeah, we get no XP levels out of this. But we're level 81, so whatever else I want to enchant, it's kind of go time, isn't it? Not that I can fit any more levels in anything. So before I cook these fish, I have two immediate options for doing so. One of them is to use the calefactor, which will give me Vintium, and has a chance to double food cooking without having access to red mana. The other option, which I think is much better, is to make this. This guarantees to double cooked food at half power price, and it's cheap. So a gold coil, so 2 redstone, 4 redstone, 2 silver. We have to wait on the bricks. That's about it. Also, not sure what could be in these safari nets. It's rarely dangerous. But all the same, I'm not opening these downstairs in my home. You know, the clay jar thing would be a lot easier if I replaced this drawer with a clay jars only drawer and then had a hopper leading into the oven. I could even take out this wall corner, giving me room for 2 more drawers. Yeah, we very explicitly do not want a wither in the basement. That's why I made that ill-fated arena near the roof of the nether that the wither very quickly blasted apart. Embarrassingly fast, actually. Now we just put this here, and these 36 fish will just blaze right through. And it'll become 60, 72 fish. 72-ish fish. There we go. Over a stack of fish. Keep that in reserve. So one guy was buying cooked fish. The other guy was buying wool. We have way too much wool. He will not buy this much wool. And then drank all he could without damaging any. So that's... without damaging means down to the halfway point. There'll probably be a noise. And then I'll need my own glass goblets so I can turn them. Alright. We know the shape of what must be done. We're going to need to collect more villagers as well. Because in addition to the ones we're converting here, we also need a bunch of livestock villagers in this village for them to feed from. Hello. I hear you like wool. How much wool would you like? Not quite that much. Understood. You like cooked fish. There. You will not take any more wool or anything else. You're now completely useless. You... well, I don't have any more cooked fish, but you'll take wheat. Okay. I can work with that. I also stopped growing wheat. We finished leveling the wheat crop and then just put it away. We may need to start growing wheat again. Alright, a bunch of free emeralds. Essentially free emeralds. Now... alright, we got the warning threshold. Do it again. That's it. It was supposed to be 5 guys. I guess it's 5 pings, and it got the math slightly wrong. Oh well. The important thing is that now we can turn these fools. By filling the goblet with our own blood. Unfortunately, we have to drink these guys way down to get this done. And they fear us now. Get over here. I will come and get you. The difficult part of this process is that I'm forced to damage them, which is going to reduce my villager reputation a lot, and cause witch hunters, which I will not be able to fix. Alright, now they're basically dead. Here, have this. Transfix. Victim must be drained of blood. But if I bite him again, he'll die. I have a way to fix this. Excuse me. The butterfly is preventing me from opening my own door. So now I've got all my healing potions that I made for the goblins. So we can get his health back up and then take the rest of his blood. Stop running. That's gotta be as low as he can go. Mesmerize. Nibble again. Mesmerize. How low does he have to be? There is no coffin nearby. Every step of the way, you gotta make this more and more difficult. Alright, you. Come here. Here's your blasted coffin. And he's trying to run. Come with me. Here's your coffin. Okay. Now we do this twice more. What a pain this whole process is. And at the end of the day, it's not even worth it. Excuse me. Bite. Bite. Where is he? There we go. Now, don't you die on me. Actually, if I start chewing on this guy too, then I can heal them both with the same potion. Here you go. Now he's out of blood. And you're out of blood. Oh, and it's daytime, so I'm taking sun damage. Number 2. Why do you get chainmail and the other guy didn't? Oh well. I'll take a little nap in here just to make it daytime, or nighttime again. Daytime for me. And now we finish converting you, Mr. Apple Salesman. No. Come back this way. And convert. Okay, we now have 3 vampire servants. There being no villagers in this village, that's not very useful to us. Especially not with these guys being so stupid that they fall off of buildings. So there's that. I'm going to have to go collect a collection of livestock, in addition to everything else we're doing. So let's see. I think the village to the north again, they are very populated. And could probably stand to lose a few. We now have an additional power slot for maxing out our vampire levels. It currently does nothing, and there's a reason for that. There's 2 more vampire abilities that I have yet to explain. One of them is what our new servants are actually for, and the other one is something I've been able to do for a while now, but forgot about. And that's the manufacture of vampire armor. You are also blind. Is anyone here full on blood? No, I drank everyone in this room. Well, you're gonna have to deal. Hello. Ah, this guy's full. And you're full. This hobgoblin needs to go. If hobgoblins are allowed to get a numbers advantage over villagers, they will attack the villagers and kill them. And the Iron Golem is mad at us. Don't ask me why, but this is the world we live in now. I have done nothing that you know about, sir. Who are you? Let's try that speed perk again now that we're out and about. Oh, it works now. So I'll just boost it up several times, and we are moving it at the speed of light. Costs blood to do this, of course, but zoom. So that was the speed power that I tried to show off before. Night vision appears to be oh, it's shift click. Night vision works now too. So we are now a full power vampire. What I should do here... Oh yeah, I got my vampire card and everything. Let's safety up this village with lights, so hostiles don't happen all over the place. Because I kind of need to put a villager population in here that will survive. Hello. You are exactly the sort of thing I don't want in the area. bringing down property values, guys. Never mind the ruined buildings I've left in my wake as a result of animal lag nonsense. Yeah, it's just not a matter of being good and kind, it's a matter of pure self-interest. If you don't take good care of your cattle, they stop being cattle. And villagers, in particular, in order to refresh their blood supply, need the ability to go outside. Spend time in the sun. And they also need the freedom to be able to sleep. Go away. Angry beasties are not welcome here. Sun is rising. So I should finish up this phase and get back inside. We'll have a nap and then finalize our artificialized village afterward. Maybe fix up some of these walls. Don't need the goblet anymore, or the book for that matter. Yeah, it's just taxation of another sort, isn't it? You get to keep all the crops and wealth and food of your village. You just get a little bit of anemia every now and again. What's a little blood loss between serf and local lord? Oh. You know, if I was going to fix up some walls, I should have brought some blocks to do that with. I'll make it all the birch blocks, just so it's ugly and clear where the repairs took place. You can't care too much. They'll start to think I've gone soft. This is very true. There are also, I believe, some vampirism add-on mods that take the whole thing even further. Like, trying to remember. They add vampire levels above 10. So once you reach 10, you're maxed out in witchery terms. And then you can technically go even higher, just by staying alive and aging. So it creates the whole ancient vampire fantasy. Do some more lighting from the sky, fix up this building a bit. You know, the one we set on fire when the cows exploded. The zombies lurking around really need to stop, though. That's going to make this a very dangerous neighborhood. We can't have that. We need this to basically be a safe little resort village. Where no one is under threat from anything other than us. Most important part of that is making sure nothing can spawn inside the houses. That's always an embarrassing little flaw of vanilla villages. They don't have enough lighting indoors. So zombies and things are just allowed to happen in the houses. It's frankly terrible design. Where's that skeleton noise coming from? Go away. Alright, I think we're about ready to populate. So right here in the former sheep house, we now have villagers who have a solid roof over their heads and can live wherever they want to live. At the same time, we have our boys running around terrorizing them. Excuse me. No. My boys get to terrorize this village. Not local nonsense, but just spawned in from the cold. Butterfly, out of my house. Okay. Our artificial village has begun. It's actually repopulating a perfectly normal village. But we won't tell them. Time for the lesson in the last 2 bits of vampire lore. And if we do at witchery, I've actually forgotten what the item is called, so I'll have to find it. It's definitely not the Infinity Egg. That's a creative-only item that provides a few thousand power to altars. I think it's this, the Blood Crucible. The Blood Crucible is an item where, as your vampires go out into your village and harvest blood from your villagers, they will bring some back to fill the Blood Crucible. And then you can activate the Blood Crucible with certain items, and it fills that last power slot with something temporary that has charges. So these are literally vampire master powers. Yeah, it looks like the Crucible is mostly made with stone bricks. So we'll get some of those, and some of these. There's the Crucible. I'm gonna get... Oh, is that not how stone walls are made? No, stone brick walls don't exist yet. That's on me. I'm living in the future. Take one of these instead. And it's dawn. Need to fix that. And maybe I'll hang on to these gas brews for a little while. Have ourselves a wee nappy. Our proper bed. Also, the way these vampire children are supposed to work is... Did I just hear an iron golem? No, I'm hearing poofing noises. Alright guys, here is your Crucible. And so a complete day-night cycle needs to pass. At least before they start filling. Because during the day, the villagers get to refill their blood. Oh. They've been drained a little. This guy's full, though. So I need to fill up. That's fine. We also drink faster, you'll notice. You can stop following me. Anytime now. Okay. Good thing Mesmerize doesn't last very long. Anyway, the villagers need to have a complete day cycle, and then during the night they can sleep in their little beds and regain blood. Also during the night, the guys here will turn into bats, or they'll just run straight out, I guess. But they're supposed to go out and find villagers and drain them and deposit blood back here. So we'll just leave them to it. Which brings me to the last bit of vampirism. The vampire armor. This is an expensive craft. The vampire armor, where is it? Here it is. You can make a top hat or a helmet. Basically, it comes in two versions, light and heavy. The light armor has set bonuses, which include improved mesmerize and better fire resist. The heavier set has greater armor value, but focuses only on the fire resistance part. You're going to have the dress coat. There's also a ladies version. The chain coat is the heavy version. Also comes in female. Vampire trousers, vampire skirt, and vampire Oxford boots. So if you're wearing all 4 pieces of light armor, you get faster drinking, fire resist, improved mesmerize, and improved fire resistance. If you're wearing all heavy, well, only the helmet and the coat can be heavy. So you get the 2 pieces of heavy for fire resistance, and then 2 pieces of light for faster drinking. What I haven't gone over yet is this material. This material is made by smelting blood-stained wool. Well, what is blood-stained wool? It's wool, that much should be obvious, that we use a bone needle on to stab ourselves and stain with our vampire blood. This is very expensive on our blood pool. And I forget when was the earliest part of vampirism that we could do this, but it just costs a lot of blood to make this. We're losing like half of a blood drop every time. Fortunately, I have tons to spare because I'm a maxed out vampire. But the fact that we're producing the super armor now means that we'll have to dedicate some time to finding a new village to train. We'll get that smelted. And how much do we need? Like 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 20, 24. And we have 9. So if my math is right, we need 15 more. Alright, 24 minus 9 is 15. Do we have enough blood to stain 15 more? I really don't think so. What are you doing here? That's about as low on blood as I want to go right now. We'll smelt up the rest of these, have a nap, and then go drinking. Oh, I might be missing something. Yep, 5 more besides. But that 5 more is a very useful object that I think I want to make first. So that was a diamond sword, a gold ingot, this is probably one of the coolest items I've seen in Minecraft, especially considering how early in Minecraft's life this is. This is the cane sword. It only has a damage value of 1 right now, but that's because it's just a little pimp game. But if you shift right click with it, you draw the sword. It's an elegant little thing that does aggravated damage because you're a vampire. It's also, of course, basically a diamond sword at 7 attack damage, and it can be enchanted. But it also has the blood reservoir tree, which means as you kill things with it, a fraction of the blood that you would have gotten from biting them goes into the sword, and then you can right click with it while it's in this state to drink the blood in the cane. It gives you this little tiny emergency blood pocket that you can carry around. Very useful. So we'll just give this everything with our sharpness and our unbreaking and looting. I never use fire aspect. I hate fire aspect, because if something dies to the fire, then it doesn't count as a looting kill. So that's why I never use fire aspect. So we've got our cane sword, our vampire pants and hat. Still waiting on the coat and boots. I guess we'll put these in here for now. Is that a butterfly? But yeah, that's definitely implied. I suspect the way it's actually supposed to work is there's like a groove in the sword that leads into a pocket in the handle, and you can just drink from the handle like it's a bottle. That's how I envision it anyway. But by and large, it doesn't really matter how it works, as long as it's cool to you. Let's see, I want to let the day pass normally, so my villagers can heal themselves, and so my vampire children can go out and fill up that blood cauldron thing. So what can we do with ourselves in the meantime? I mean, it looks like I may need to collect some more clay. Well, we have 9 stacks of clay jars. I'm looking at the bar. The bar isn't very big, but this is also obsidian upgraded, so there's tons in there. Yeah, it's like you unscrew the handle and it's a flask. just connected to the sword. Now, the funny thing about being a vampire, something else I haven't talked about, is the dream realm is now even more dangerous because a good dream is permanent day. That's not good for vampires. Also not good for vampires is the Brew of Flowing Spirit, which gives regeneration to living players and gives weakness to undead. We're undead now. I think Brew of Hollow Tears might help us out now, where previously it would give weakness to a living player. But I haven't really tested that a lot. And we don't really have an area where I could throw this down and play around with it. Speaking of the Dream Realm, there's also something else about it we haven't explored. These, the Dreamweaver of Nightmares, the Flowing Spirit, the Wispy Cotton, these are the ingredients for making sure you have a good dream. Not having any of these guarantees that you will have a nightmare. But there is a third dream state. If you set up a sleeping area near fire with beating demon hearts nearby, you can have what's called a demonic nightmare. And it just has demons spawning everywhere and explosive fireballs raining from the sky. It's terrifying and dangerous. But if you can survive being attacked by demons and take them out, you can use this as a way to harvest demon hearts. Oh yeah, I shouldn't stand there. I should actually make it impossible to stand there. And this is interesting. I know you don't see these, but I'm getting mod notifications about banned chat messages. I've never had 3 at the exact same time before. We keep having morons show up and try offering view bots, basically. I don't put up with that. They get banned immediately, and then when I finish my stream, I report them. You know, due diligence to the platform. Doesn't stop them from trying, though, as foolish and pointless as the attempt is. Hello. Never get used to that. Someone must, or they'd stop doing it. I mean, there literally has to be someone dumb or desperate enough to fall for it, or there'd be no point in trying. There's a fairly... what do I want to say here? There's a fairly believable hypothesis that scammers are deliberately dumb. Like, their nonsense is ridiculous and unbelievable on purpose. So they can snare the most gullible people and have to put out the minimum effort to keep them snared. People who look at the scam and go, hey, that's an obvious scam. They don't even want to catch those people. Because it would be too much effort to keep them convinced. So yeah, they're looking for the easy targets, the people who will see an email that's bright red, covered in "You May Be a Winner," that looks like it was written by a third grader and everything's misspelled, someone who sees that and actually believes what they say, that's who they want, because they're going to be easy to get money out of. Let's close that again. We can take 2 stacks of sand, put them in here, because I'm pretty sure I put some demon bees upstairs to get some more phosphor. In the meantime, this phosphor can... And really, we're still just wasting time waiting for nightfall, which is close. Now I have to look up, because the book doesn't tell you again. The book ends here with you now have the ability to fill glass goblets and convert others. And this also works on players. You can convert other vampire players with this method now. But the final trick with the vampire master powers and the blood crucible, you use a water artichoke globe on a full blood crucible and you get the call storm power. It just causes a rainstorm, which blots out the sun, therefore, and lets you fly around during the day. If you use a bone, you get the teleport power, which will either warp you back to your spawn point, or warp you to the nearest village if you're already at your spawn point. And the final power is Wool of Bat gives you Bat Swarm, which spawns a swarm of bats that you can command to attack things. And I'm just reading this off of various wiki entries. Now, between a swarm of attack bats or a teleport power I don't need, the obvious choice is Call Storm, because then I have some limited daylight mobility. So we will come over here and see if our friends have filled the crucible any. And the answer is a little bit. It is not yet full enough to use the globe and activate the power, but that's the idea. That is how that works. Now, let's take a stroll west with our marvelous little cane here and start refilling our blood supply. I'll get my witch's hand on standby so we can teleport home when the sun begins to rise. This cow is already mostly dead. How did that happen? Well, now it's all dead. I must have bitten that cow in the past. Or maybe it was part of the cow-splosion. Isn't there a sheep around here? It's in the hole. Yeah, we've certainly done some things to the landscape. Made it a very harsh place to live. Blood reservoir is 0, so animals don't count. What does count? Do I have to kill villagers to fill the reservoir? Do I have to attack players? Is it zombies? I have no idea. Drinking from the horse isn't giving me any blood, though. So I need to quit messing around and actually get to this village, which is where? Southwest of me now. Also, there's a lot of sheep here. You look, stuck. Hello, my pack of fresh snacks. Villagers clustered closely together like this can be dangerous. One can always jump in front of you and make you bite him down below that half mark where you don't want them. I also hear a golem again, which may or may not be upsetting us. Hi. He's just casually on the roof. Because that makes sense. Okay, we actually saw that meteor land. But it didn't produce any moonstone. It just kind of made a boom. Where are you going, Mr. Panicked? You don't know. You can't get home. And there's a zombie problem at this house. There's another vampire power that I'm supposed to have, but I'm very annoyed that I don't have. Maybe I'm just inventing it, or maybe it's part of Maxanier's mod. But there's supposed to be a power called Undead Respect, where skeletons and zombies ignore you as a vampire. That one may be part of Maxanier's vampirism. I may be imagining it. I'm just a bit surprised that zombies and skeletons are still shooting at me. You okay, bud? Are you good? What's going on? Who's taking damage? Oh, idiots in the poop lake. I should probably block that up, because these guys are too stupid not to walk in there on their own. Don't have much time to do this. Daylight is coming. No. Absolutely not. Roof skeleton. Look, there's something I need to do, and I don't appreciate the delays. Okay, now everyone in the sewage lake can just get amontolladoed in there. We're also now burning blood because it's daylight. So I need to get home immediately. I think we still manage a small blood profit based on that. A little bit of an advantage. Yeah, blood disappears very quickly in the sunlight. But it could be worse. If we were below level 5, I mean, when you're a vampire at first, a very young level 1 vampire, the sun deals a hit of damage and empties your blood pool entirely. And if you remain in the sun, you catch fire and stay on fire. As you become stronger and stronger as a vampire, the sun gets worse and worse until right up until that point where you have to use sun grenades to expose yourself to the sun to gain a controlled resistance to it. Right before that point, if you step out into the sun, it kills you instantly. So losing blood rapidly like that, I'll take it over instant death. That's as low as I want to go. I don't want to go below 3 blood drops. I could empty myself out completely, but then you can't use any powers. You have permanent weakness. It's just a bad time to be a vampire with no blood available. Which is why, let me point these out in case vampires and werewolves are ever a problem. Witchery has potion effects specifically for vampires and werewolves. Harm werewolves and weaken vampires. Weakened vampires can drain their blood pool, as well as apply a weakness effect. Harm werewolves is actually not quite as good as you think. I've seen this one demonstrated by a YouTuber, and significant damage to werewolves is nice and all, but werewolves have an immense armor and resistance value. So even at max power, this doesn't do all that much to vampires, or to werewolves. but it's still a fancy thought to just have it in there. There was another potion that I was thinking about recently. Ill-fitting here. This is a solution for the Avaritia armor. This will just make your armor fall off. There's Fortune. Inferno's an interesting one. It gives you a fire aura that burns anything that gets too close. I just love the witchery potions. It's such a powerful system, and it can be intimidating if you don't understand it, to read through the book and learn how it all works. Because it's complicated if you have no experience with it. Doesn't help that the detailed instructions for how everything works and what order to put them in are like several pages deep in a subheading. How is that blood crucible doing? I think that's full. So I'll grab some of these. Oh, it's still not full. Noted. Oh well. Still need to refill the old blood supply. Animals apparently are not the way to do it. Definitely worth noting that vampire bat flight is basically creative flight, which means vehicle-based flight, such as the witchery broom or the air sled, has the potential to be faster. Though, to be fair, it is much easier to access vampire flight. It's just two bosses, and no maintenance, no other power, no special tricks required. No objects to keep track of. Oops. I forgot to hypnotize him first. He's also supposed to be asleep. We're gonna have problems. I am getting careless and damaging villagers. Because I'm in a hurry I don't need to be in. Where are these zombie noises? Hello. Go away. Relax. It takes a long time to fill up an advanced vampire's blood well. This is why I kept saying that the vampire armor is expensive to make. It's only wool. Wool's not a big deal. It's the blood that takes forever. This guy hasn't been able to sleep, so he can't refresh. Why don't we let you come inside? In fact, we'll help you out. Just get indoors. Have a nap. Anytime you're ready to stop following me and have a nap. That's an iron golem. Very concerned about the iron golems because I'm just not sure if they're hostile or not. Because we have nibbled a few people and hurt them. Oops. A little bit too much. This iron golem is definitely after us. How about no? The people in this house have to be fresh because they can't escape. Yeah, magical and supernatural powers really have a tendency to go off the rails. They don't always. Some of them are kind of on the weak side. But by and large, magic mods have the potential to be really... Why aren't you asleep? To be really devastating. I can think of a couple that aren't. But they almost all do have that potential. Alright, let's get our needle, finish this off. We have another lucky winner of trying to sell me Viewbots. I tried to actually ban the exact text that they use, but it's no good because they use some kind of like Zalgo text generator or something to replace one of their letters with an undetectable character. And it's a different undetectable character every time. So in order to automatically catch their garbage would require essentially an infinite number of chat rules. And I don't really know how many chat rules I get. So pretty much the only way to make sure they stay gone is to keep my own mod view open on my other monitor and knock them out manually. Anyway, we'll take off our extremely powerful lizard armor. And put on the snazzy vampire gear. Everybody crazy about a sharp-dressed bat. And that is the vampirism side of things. I mean, we could hang out and wait until the Blood Crucible is full and then play around with the Master Power a bit. But now that we've got our vampire armor fully out and have showcased everything about it, I think it's about time to bid our fangs goodbye. Yeah, it's kind of a Doug Dimmadome hat, isn't it? The top hat could be a little less exaggerated. Got a whole stovepipe there. I'm surprised this doesn't make me a third block tall and unable to walk in 2 block tall environments. Another amusing trait of vampirism is we have the garlic garland. You don't have to be a vampire to make these, and it's in fact recommended that you don't. But the garlic garland, made with, garlic and string, creates a single block that you can hang up on a wall. And this acts as a barricade. Vampires cannot cross garlic garlands, and if they try too hard, they will catch fire. I believe vampires also can't take down garlic garlands. You could with like magic mods that allow you to dig at range, but you can't mine these as a vampire. So yeah, as a player, if there are vampires harassing you on the server, just grow garlic and string it up everywhere. It's a pretty effective deterrent. Now, I believe there are 2 ways to cure oneself of vampirism, and this is why I thought there was a second way to cure lycanthropy. Back here in the curses section, I think there is a cure for vampirism. Yeah, cleanse the tag-locked being of vampirism. Taglock, Breath of the Goddess, Silver Sword, Garlic, Diamond, Brew of Love. There is another way. And unlike the Rite of Remove Curse, it is guaranteed to work. But I'm going to need another skull. Because the second cure involves fighting Lilith again. You know, a third time. Lilith, as we've already discovered, if you give her the empty glass goblet, she will give you her blood so you can become a vampire. If you fight her a second time as a vampire later on down the track and give her a poppy, you can level up as a vampire and cross that milestone. There are 2 other things that you can give her. One of them is an unenchanted item, like a bow, or a sword, or a piece of armor. And she will enchant that item. I'm not sure how, like, if there's any rules for her enchantments, but I know I've accidentally gotten fire aspect on a sword when I didn't want it. And the last thing you can give her is garlic. If you fight Lilith as a vampire and give her garlic, she will cure your vampirism. We can definitely do that, but we're going to need another skull. So it is once again skeleton hunting time. Just because I'd rather do it this way than mess around with the Rite of Remove curse again. Are you full yet? That looks full. Up to the brim. Bam. Our final power slot now has 5 charges of Call Storm. And the villagers in our little happy village here are full up, despite the fact that my servants are running around draining them. Okay, you aren't full, but you are. Drink locally sourced. It's easier. I could even collect some more villagers and populate this village even better. But that's not what we're doing right now. We are hunting skeletons. Like you. The trouble with vampire speed is it doesn't last very long. If I'm spending blood to gain a power, I expect it to last until I turn it off. Are you a regular witch or a covenant? You're a regular witch. I don't want to deal with your poison. I don't actually know if I'm immune to poison or not, since undead typically are. And let's not find out. Hello, skeletons. That's a lot of creepers. Fortunately, we one-shot them because vampires have passively increased strength. That little perk is not to be ignored. Skull. Wonderful. Can we get some more skulls? Because I am tired of having to run out and collect every time I run out. Hello. I was wondering where the rest of them were. Okay. We do have zombie respect. Zombies won't mess with us. Skeletons, on the other hand, are a whole different breed. Where are the skeletons? Second skull. Being in the water, very dangerous. Got him. Four skulls. I think that's enough to stop using the knife. And my cane is in the repair machine. So I guess we're still using the knife. Finally, we can kill these mana creepers before they explode. They have a shorter fuse than normal creepers, which makes them harder to take out. Drinking animals, still difficult, frustrating, not worth it. Mowing through creatures, absolutely devastating. Okay, so the witch can slow us, and can try to poison us, but the poison immediately falls off. Good to know. Not something I wanted to learn the hard way, but good to know. Also, it looks like the moon is falling. So I'm going to want to take out this last batch of skeletons and then get home. Although I could just use the storm power. Now it's raining, and the sun doesn't exist. I can just go about my business, including being a bat in the daytime, which is normally illegal. Damn, skeleton in the water. I still need to wend my way home, because this storm won't last forever. I can call 4 more storms before daytime becomes a problem. And it doesn't cost me any blood to do so. Ooh, hello. No 5th skull. What a shame. There's a 5th skull. Ah, that makes the storm worthwhile. You would think that you'd be able to drink the blood in the blood crucible to replenish your own. Like, that would be the purpose of it. But as far as I'm aware, no. While this lovely storm is running, let me just grab this chicken that you'll need later. Oh, I only have 2 chickens. If there was only a 3rd chicken, or some seeds to breed one with. I want that chicken before the storm runs out. Don't know how long it'll last. Chicken, chicken. Extra chicken. There's my chicken. The free iron, tin, and glowstone will also help a bit down the line. Gold is always in demand. This storm has lasted half the day so far. That's a pretty powerful ability. I also have another extra witch hand that I don't need. Well, we can throw it in the cauldron to get rotten flesh, but rotten flesh isn't that valuable either, so I'll just burn it. Also worth noting, the vampire outfit does not have that much durability. So of all the things you might want to enchant with Unbreaking, that outfit needs to make the list. Oh, the storm stopped. It lasted pretty much exactly half the day. That is quite the power. I also need to find out what's in these. But anyway, let's have ourselves a nap to bring on the darkness. And then speak with L one final time. Why is there raw chicken in there? How did that happen? Okay. We don't allow zombies to beat on our doors. It's not even a zombie. It's a Hecate. You're a little lost, pal. As I was saying, chicken, bowline, goblet, skull, ouch. And we bring L back to the Nether for the final time, where we will find out if memory indeed serves, or if I'll have to use the ritual to cure myself. Because as powerful as vampirism is, I don't consider it worth the loss of daylight. Much like lycanthropy, it has better purposes for like roleplay and faction wars and stuff. It's a multiplayer gimmick. Oh, my night vision is still on. Turn that off. We'll take L on her last journey. Don't need that in my hotbar. I am gonna need gas brews and the garlic. Down we go. I think one of the most interesting parts about this, you can only tell from the minimap. And that's the fact that L is a blue dot, indicating like a tamed mob, until she walks into the lava. And then she becomes a white dot, indicating an untamed but neutral mob. I don't know why she keeps running out of lava again. Stay in there. Those flowing lava blocks are interesting. Does her conversion into Lilith consume a lava block? No matter. We are about to have some demon-based problems. We will solve with demon-based solutions. There she is, growing to full size. Have one of these. Oh yeah, she still does not like that in the slightest. We'll just jump around dodging the fire and everything. She's about... Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Anyway, we won. We gave her the garlic. If you so wish it, you are mortal once more. We're just gonna take a ton of damage now because she hit us with a spell and yanked us face first into our own gas. That shield is gonna last a while. I think we're dead. Because I can't eat. We're not hungry enough to eat, we're just gonna keep taking damage until we melt. Please, heal. We're not gonna make it back to the portal at this rate. That chilled 3 is nasty. Yeah, we're gonna die. Boom. Nuked by her own potion. Which means our familiar is dead. Happens every time. But we are now mortal again. So I no longer need this coffin. It can remain as a testament to our once having been undead, along with the wolf statue as testament to once having been a wolf. It may amaze you to learn that we still haven't run out of things to do with witchery. There is still more to be unlocked and uncovered. Don't need this clock anymore, since the day-night cycle is no longer nearly as important. And we're back on a regular food diet again. None are fairer. collect the cache of coal. Don't really care about that. All this stuff, all of it can go in here. We still haven't gained any Ars Magica power. So, a couple of the next steps in witchery. One will be to get ourselves a familiar again. I think this time I want to go Toad, because Toad is my personal favorite, even though its effect is so small. There's also another ritual, which begins a whole progression adventure. And that is call forth an imp. The imp is a small, semi-hostile demon that you can create contracts with, which are all more trouble than they're worth, and you can give it gifts of gold and diamonds. And as you give the imp gold and diamonds, and it takes a lot, then the imp will consider itself to be treated well and will give you scrolls of additional spells that you can use with the Mystic Twig. These are the nasty curses that are only usable if you have the Infernal Infusion. And as you continue to give it gifts and it continues to give you more scrolls, the final scroll is the Scroll of Torment, which you have to use in a stone circle. It will transport you to the Torment dimension, where you have to fight another new boss for the right to cast the Torment spell. And what the Torment spell does is it allows you to banish players into the Torment dimension, where they have to solve a large invisible maze to escape. So if you really want to troll other players as a witch, summoning the imp and giving it tons of valuable materials is the way to do it. What I want to do right now is get my familiar back. Which is going to mean going to the menagerie and borrowing a toad. We'll see what stupid name it ends up with. I've never had a toad familiar with a good name. These guys are all very brown. You're red. I guess I'm taking a very dark toad. Toad? Toad, 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 toad. I guess I'm not taking a toad with this. I'm gonna have to shoot him with it. Toad. Toad. Not you. The other one. That one. This is not working at all. Finally. It should not be that difficult to capture a toad. While we're somewhere that is kind of low value, let's see what's in these nets. That is an invisible mushroom. That's only kind of invisible. Okay, I guess that's happening now. And this is a chicken. Hi? What are you doing in my house? I guess it's gone. Okay. Tear, odor of purity, whiff of magic, diamond, demon blood. I should have... No, I don't need to bring the cannon with me. Toad! Very noisy toad. 5 ingredients. Unknown right because I don't have the right chalk circles. I was so focused on gathering the ingredients that I forgot the circles. It's just the middle circle. Innermost circle has to be broken. Now we can toad. Your name is Croaker. As sad and uninspired as that is, it's still the best toad name I've ever gotten. We were also prepared to summon more demons. Not sure that's very important right now. I can't think of anything else we need from true demons. Let me get my toad to... That's good enough. Stay there, right where the cat used to be. So I think, in terms of actual progression and mechanics and new discoveries, that may be almost all Witchery has to offer. And it has been a blast. We've just progressed straight through most of Witchery's systems, still not all, but most. Making amazing potions, becoming a werewolf, becoming a vampire, curing both. There's still this we could mess with. Like, I could go in there and fight that thing, but that's not recommended. Because it copies your gear, it's faster than you, and it's not affected by the dimension shift delay. So going in there is teleporting to a new dimension, and while you're loading into the new dimension, the demon in there is kicking your ass. So you are at every disadvantage fighting the demon. And anything you bring as an advantage, he will also have. So what I think we need to do is maybe farm the Air Guardian a bit more for green points, and work our way toward gaining access to red points. Not quite sure how we'll do that yet. But summoning the Air Guardian with just Air Essence is honestly not the worst thing. Air Sled is also a bit better than the Broom in my opinion, because Air Sled doesn't suffocate you if you drive your head into a ceiling. Broom, like a horse, still does. But Air Sled gives you incredible mobility without the usual penalties of a flight item like a broom, or a horse, or a minecart for that matter. So we'll just have an Air Essence. And now have this. It hits him 3 times. All that spamming, and he only takes damage from 3 ticks of it. We don't even appear to be gaining magic XP from this. I got a devastating, spammy ice spell, and I don't even know if this guy cares. Lightning gives us XP. But also costs a lot more mana for a lot less damage. And down he goes. I have an idea. We're going to improve this thing slightly. Only slightly. Been a long time since I've made use of sticky pistons. but they're a very simple machine. You don't exactly forget how they work. Now what I'm going to do up here is make it so I don't have to break this block every single time we finish fighting this guy. So that's going to involve placing a sticky piston here. And a lever, let's say, doesn't really matter, but there is fine. We'll just turn that on so I know that we've done it right. Lit, power, powered. Lights should definitely also go up here to prevent any unexpected spawning. Although the snow should also technically take care of that as well. I'm not absolutely convinced that it does, but maybe it does. Then again, maybe it doesn't. No reason to skimp on caution. Now, we can retract that block when we're done fighting, and we don't have to manually break it every time. There's just a lever. Also, how's our armor doing? I think we should be able to reach the second level of armor bonuses. Yeah, you're probably right about that. Better to err on the side of placing lights absolutely everywhere. We still can't leave here. This is just an interesting Minecraft issue. This happened with stairs, too. So the gold inlay is like a tiny, tiny block that you have to step up onto. And the stone brick is, of course, a block. So this space is technically very slightly smaller than 2 blocks, so I have to crouch and jump to leave. Though in any other circumstance, you should just be able to walk through it. But look how thin that is. If you can see the block icon, it's not even a full pixel. It's like a quarter pixel thick. And that's enough to prevent you from walking out. If you have stairs up, a 2-block gap, and then stairs down from your ceiling above it, that does the same thing. Even though it's a 2-block gap, you have stairs up leading to. Having stairs down above it will prevent you from walking. Or at least it does in 1.7.10. I don't know if that error persists in future versions, but knowing the way Minecraft physics work, it wouldn't surprise me. After all, there's still that issue with soul sand and 2-block tall doorways that basically does the same thing. I'd be happier about this if I had some way to just blow the items in this direction, so they don't hide in that back corner. I don't think my current mod pack has anything of that sort. It's funny. Botania is one of those mods that I don't like it. There's nothing inherently wrong with it. It just has some weird problems with scaling in multiplayer, especially way back this far. But if I had Botania, it would solve a lot of the problems I'm having. There's like a windmill flower that functions as a fan, and it would happily blast drops out of that crevice. There's a magic drum that can harvest all crops in a radius. It's got a lot of fun utility. It's also one of the mods that I was mentioning earlier that doesn't have an absurd amount of power. At least at first. Most of what it gives you is tools. Decent armor, decent weapons that are self-repairing. Which, for the longest time, made it a staple in my packs. That was before I started uncovering some of the problems with it. There's 5 more green. Yeah, Botania is a very strange mod. I don't really know how to describe the issues I have with it, like in a direct way. Like, one of its biggest problems is that it's very clearly an automation and puzzle mod, but its creator is absolutely contemptuous of both automation and solving its puzzles, while at the same time giving you a challenge section of the book that gives you puzzles to solve. It's like pick a lane, dude. I love Astral Sorcery. Unfortunately, it's not available back here in 1.7.10, and it kind of died in 1.12. 1.12 is, to this day, one of the strongest versions of Minecraft for the modding scene, and in fact is better than 1.7.10 in that respect. It has a lot more iconic mods. 1.7.10 is just below 1.12 for sheer modding potential. And there's also 1.10.2, which is not to be ignored, and embarrassingly I've forgotten why. But in my mind, those are the three major modding versions that just have amazing stuff going for them. Astral Sorcery also, one of those mods that doesn't really offer us a supreme amount of power for being a magic mod. It's a lot more of a utility mod. Don't I have... there it is. And this. And you can't work in the rain. You know what? I don't care. We'll let you run, we'll let you die, and then we'll give you the standard upgrade after you die. In the meantime, we have to squeeze some more of our chestnuts. Because I have plans for these demonic beings. Really stupid and dangerous plans. I'm going down the Vengeful line. The Vengeful line is a very dumb line of bees to go down, because they don't do anything useful, and they do a whole lot that's extremely dangerous. They produce irradiated cones, which give you nothing. I don't have the mods installed to make them useful, because what these bees are supposed to produce is radiation, or uranium. What they actually produce is radiation. You can't see it here in their stats, but they have an effect that is worse than aggressive, worse than ends. It just deals tons of damage within their territory and also deletes blocks at random within their territory. They are terrible. But they have a trait that I want. They have the largest territory, larger even than ender bees. And they are the only bee in base forestry that gets it. So I'm going to need another monastic to breed with our demonics. Do I have it? Or am I going to have to go buy it? No, I have a hermetic. Where do we get monastic from? Is that the one you buy? That's the one you buy. I think it was emeralds and a princess to get the monastic drone. If I'm not mistaken. Our guys over here have it. That's forest, that's selling princesses, that's ender. You're the wrong one. Meadows, proven, monastic. That's a lot of emeralds for a bee. Can I reach this from here? There we go. Now I don't have to walk around the whole way. I can just kind of use the tube. I forgot to turn on this servo. There we go. Now we're making more casings. Demonic, monastic, vindictive. Sounds like an incantation. Vindictive then recrosses with vengeful to make avenging. And to get vengeful, we have to cross vindictive with demonic again. Oh, I forgot I had all this seed oil. Whoops. Why the heck am I squeezing seed oil when I have an absurd surplus of the stuff? Just make me some casings. There is technically a way to solve the radioactive bee deleting blocks problem. It's not even all that difficult. Where those bees go? I'm just not gonna do it because I'm kind of curious what this actually ends up looking like. So I'm just going to grab some random flower and bring these bees some distance away to over here. Here's your apiary. Here's your token flower, which I'm actually going to put underneath the hive for reasons. And there you go. It's not daytime, it's not bright enough. Whatever. You can start working when you're good and ready. Let's make sure the area is even better lit. We're going to claim more territory. So what we have here around our radiation bees is pretty dense trees, flat ground. We'll have to remember what this looks like because that's going to change. I also don't know how big their territory is. Maybe we need to... we can't check that. It won't tell us. It'll just say largest. So we'll let time pass on that. Come down here to our Ars Magica setup. And figure out what to do with these new green skill points. Ignition and Forge, still funny. Ignition lights fires. Forge smelts things. So if you cast a Forge spell on iron ore, you'll get an iron ingot. A hidden usage of Forge is if you cast Forge on a villager, it is instantly killed and it becomes an emerald. Kind of funny if you have a way to infinitely spawn villagers, but by and large, not a very useful use of the spell. Knockback, Astral Distortion prevents teleportation. Might work on Endermen. Might work on bosses. Not sure. And Astral Distortion gets us to Silence, which prevents spellcasting entirely. Freeze also approaches Piercing, which I'm going to want. I can also get to Summon. Summon can be good. We have Zone Within Reach when we start getting red. Where is Channel? We need to farm more green anyway, so we can get there. And I can also get to Mark and Recall if we farm more blue and green. So we're farming some more bosses. We'll take Invisibility. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. At least 6 more green points. Make it 7. And that's in the immediate sense. 8, 9. Rune is nice. 10. Rune without Rune Pop procs is useless. Knockback and Fling would be funny, but they're not very useful on their own. It would get us to Wave, but I don't see a need to rush Wave. Basically, we need to rush 10 more green skill points, and also 1, 2 blue skill points. That's a lot of air kills. Also, why am I hanging onto these demonics? because I'm going to use them to cross back into Vengeful. And I have them as a reminder. Still dark. Wait. Oh no, I'm a moron. Well, we'll get another one. I'm just now realizing that the 2 air sleds we threw away, one of those was our air sled, and the other one was a dropped extra. So we're taking room to get back here. Out of necessity, because our air sled is gone. Whoops. Whoa. Slow down there. So we're back to doing this some more. I could flip the lever and let him out. That'd be the dumbest thing I'd ever do. I also don't know why I can't see his health bar. Do we need line of sight to a boss's head to be able to see the health bar? Let me just put this here so I can count them. It's worth it to swing slowly on these bosses when farming them, because even though they only take damage on ticks that they turn red and jump, every swing takes durability, or electricity, depending on what kind of tools you're using. And I just dislike waste. If it happens to rain, we can go below and visit our water arena. Although, come to think of it, if it doesn't rain, if it does rain, how would we know? It's very enclosed up here, and snow is silent. Maybe we could get some bars up here for the windows. That might be neat. That or actual glass. Not really picky. Ta-da! Replacement air sled. My mistake has been absolved. Let's just put that away before I do anything else boneheaded with it. Get on the... Huh. Why is this suddenly not working? There it goes. It has to land in the middle. It isn't until Ars Magica level 40, or maybe even 60, that you have a deep enough mana bar that constantly casting spells becomes a viable strategy in combat. Even now at 25, with one attack spell, I'm still struggling to keep my mana bar up. And that's with armor that's spec'd into mana regen and burnout reduction. It's just a mod that's intended to take a very, very long time to make any meaningful progression. And it takes so long to reward dedication that it's almost not worth spending time on. That's why we've been, this series, this Witchery Ars Magica 2 series, has gone on now for almost a month. And I still have not made any appreciable progress on Ars Magica 2. Mostly because it just hasn't been worth using, and the only way to gain magic XP with it is to use it. So I guess if you respect the mage lifestyle and grind and study hard on purpose, you could get somewhere. But it's designed to be a dreary and frustrating time. Although, to be fair... Oh, I should break this block too. To be fair, if I was wearing the mage robes and not battle mage, I'd have a slightly easier time fit, because I believe mage robes apply a discount to spellcasting. If not a discount, then they improve your burnout reduction. The mage robes do something that make use of mana more efficient. So you're just a better spellcaster overall, at the cost of being much more poorly armored. In mage robes, zombie pigmen are a serious threat, and the wither would have killed me outright. that's 5 of my intended 10, and this is really getting dull. Actually, that was 6 of my intended 10. It is daylight, so we could go have a look at how bad the radioactive bees are. These blocks definitely weren't missing before. It has a much greater range than I thought. And works a lot faster than I thought. And that's a whole heart of damage. Okay, how about you just relax? And go way back here. Ow. Also, the blocks that it has destroyed, they're not, they don't drop. They're just gone. Completely obliterated. Okay, I gotta patch some things. So, some tree leaves have been eaten too, here and there. It's just little 1-block holes everywhere now. I gotta get some dirt and fill these holes. I did not think it had that kind of range. I knew we were dealing with largest bee territory, but I clearly underestimated what that means. Let me also, do I still have leveling in here? Not in here. That's my leveling. It's not going to do much due to the way leveling works. But maybe it could help out a little. Somewhere. Somehow. Like here. This is worse than creeper holes. It's just random nonsense. It looks like it's also deleting water. Like, is it deleting water source blocks, or did it delete coastline? I don't know. I'll tell you what I definitely want to do. Use some of that silk to make a beekeeping suit so I can safely approach that hive. Interesting question. Will that even work? Well, I have enough, so let's find out. It's funny. I never installed... Yeah, I was about to say. I never installed a mod for a reactor or hazmat, but now we're using silk for a hazmat suit. And while I've got these going... Oh, I have to actually wear my other armor to do this. We have unlocked the second tier. These shields are colored. I think helmet will do drown resistance, which if we were still a vampire would be a joke. Chest feels like explosion resistance. Legs, I mean fall damage is a boots thing, so legs can be physical resist. And then boots can be fall damage. And we need to work these up in level again until we have access to the third tier. I also still need to make some kind of armor chest piece that I level up just to get Flicker Lure. So we can play around with that. But as of right now, well, it's dark, so the bees aren't even active. Yeah, it's dark. They are apparently perfectly content in normal conditions. But yeah. Just waiting for those bees to die off and stop causing horrific problems. Which does mean I can take this suit off. Why am I getting no experience from this? You'd think a dedicated spamming attack spell like that would be worth some XP, but no. Not even a little. That's alright, though. There is something else we can do. We currently have the ability to unlock one of Ars Magica's so-called silver skills. These are secret spell components that must be unlocked by making specific spell types and casting that spell type once. Looking through all of the silver skills and whatnot, we have access to exactly one of them right now. but that's okay, because it's one of the most powerful. For a shape, it really doesn't matter. It can be touch, it can be projectile, it can be self. All that matters is that you cast a spell with all of the necessary components. So I'll go ahead and make it a projectile, just because that's probably the easiest spell type to cast. And the recipe for this silver skill is haste, slow fall, swift swim, gravity well, and leap. So basically our athlete spell plus gravity well. And this will unlock the buff powers ability. First we have to make it and then cast it. Blank Vintium Arrow Snowball, because of course it's a projectile spell. And I'm going to need inventory space for all this. Blank, spell parchment, Vintium, Arrow, Snowball, yellow rune, redstone, glowstone, 2 white runes. Yellow, 2 white. I don't think I have enough inventory space available to finish this. So let's put the apiarist suit on hold just to clean up, just to make some more space. And the demonic bees also on hold. The dirt can stay, and the leveling potion is never going to be any use. Feather, blue rune, fish, fishing rod. And I happen to know where we have a big stock of fishing rods. Maybe not as big a stock as I thought. Fisher has been chewing through them. But hey, we can cycle in this unbreaking when it's done. Also, a plastic bag of loot. I'll have to look at that. I don't know. I haven't seen one of these before. Anyway, fish and fishing rod. Green rune, string, stone, hopper. And that's it. Green rune, string, stone, and the last ingredient is a hopper. Because Mythion is funny and decided The leap component was a pump. I keep on lookout for when the next white rune appears. Green, string, stone. There's the white rune. The hopper. And we're done. I always give my unlocked spells this icon. Now all we have to do is cast it, and we discovered a spell part. Now this is no longer necessary. Somewhere over here on the left, there it is, buff power is now available to us. What buff power does is with spells, especially spells that deal with buffs, is increases the level of the buff. It also works specifically with, where is it? With Rift. Rift by itself does not offer very much inventory space. But Rift, with 3 buff powers on the end of it, gives you a lot of inventory space to work with. Okay, I think I want these 2 blue skill points right now, so I can get to Mark and Recall. Once we unlock those, we can start playing around with making new spells with the new points we've unlocked. Also, what's in this loot bag? I wouldn't call that loot. But yet another case of modders did it first. This is a primitive, what are they called? Bundle. Minecraft modders have had backpacks, bundles, and shulker boxes, effectively shulker boxes, for a heck of a lot longer than vanilla Minecraft. I should probably grab my bee suit again now, because it's daytime. Let's go have a look at how our death bees are doing. They're definitely ripping up more flowers. Good news, the suit works. Bad news, the holes are getting worse. But at least now it's out of range of anything valuable. This particular log block was already gone. That's not bee. But these leaves, eaten by bees. The ground, eaten by bees. Actually, let me try the water spell on this guy, or the ice spell on this guy. So we have bucket and boat, and the iodine capsule to start the rain. I wonder if I could also have made this like a 1x1 arena to cram him into. Be a lot less nerve-wracking if I did. Where's my rain? There it goes. Bucket and boat. Into the center. That damaged him 0 times. No, don't open that door. I mean, he's entangled, so he can't leave, but don't open that door. Three castings of my good wall spell, and it hit the monster not even once. At least we're getting XP for hits, even if they don't do damage. Alright, that's one blue. And we immediately resume the slow process of killing him again. Can I arrow him? Does that work? That would be a firm no. Yeah, it's a property of the Water Guardian. It can just decide not to take damage. There's some kind of built-in dodge chance, and I don't know exactly what that dodge chance is. Once we finish with this one, I can go back and open the book and show you. Because it does actually tell us that it does that. The fact that it can avoid damage is not a surprise. So, bosses, Water Guardian, making it is always in a state of fluidity, making it able to shrug off attacks occasionally. Occasionally is a lie. It's at least a 40 to 60% chance of just ignoring damage. Another thing it does is it can create copies of itself. And if you strike one of the fakes, it just spams bullets in every direction. Which is why its enclosure is so large and has barricades. And that's supposed to be the easiest one. Alright, now I can go random teleport, blink, transplace, mark, and recall, which in this version are incredibly powerful spells. So much so that recall can only be cast as a self spell currently. It's also legal to make it a projectile, but projectile recall has an insane mana cost. The rest of my points for the moment, we could get to channel. Not a whole lot I could do with channel. Well, channel telekinesis has its merits. I think life drain goes into another silver skill, though. Maybe I should be making selections with the intent of learning new silver skills. One thing we need to do that is to get to the damage component, which is way down here, so that's not happening. Astral distortion we have, so I could do that one. Storm goes big into these. That's red, that's off the table. Piercing is red, that's off the table. The interventions. Mining power. Mining power gets us somewhere. And then our last 2 points. I guess we'll make a move. Well, no, I'm not going to go channel telekinesis. I'm going to go. I can't. So we have to have accelerate to get to. Aw. Well, I'd rather get to Rune and be within reach of Rune procs than get to telekinesis and not have access to channel. Rune is an interesting shape. You can do things like projectile rune AoE, and that allows you to place a mark on the ground that, when something steps on, detonates the AoE spell. It's fun for traps. It's a lot more fun for buffs. You can prepare an area with a bunch of buff runes for yourself, wait for your mana to regenerate completely, and then just walk over the string of runes, collect all your buffs, and still have full mana to do whatever you needed the buffs for. Right now, though, I do have plans for kind of a bunch of spells, honestly. I'm not sure how many right off the top of my head, but surely 4 books. Well, 5. 5 will be enough for right now. I'm going to do a projectile, dig, feather touch, mining power. This is the unlock for prosperity, which is the looting slash fortune enchantment for spells. Our next legal unlock is going to be Star Strike, which is another one of those spell components that's really fun in concept, but in terms of execution, it's not quite so great unless you can really make it work. This is going to be projectile, magic damage, gravity, astral distortion. It's a weird spell that isn't useful by itself at all, but it's an unlock. Next on the list, not unlocks at all. Projectile, which is honestly the easiest way to do this. Rift, and buff power 3 times. Normally I do one as soon as I get Rift, and that's least Rift storage, and then triple buff power is greater Rift storage, but I've just skipped that whole thing. So we have Rift storage right out the gate, as strong as it can be. Now, finally, projectile, mark, and that's simply going to be called mark. And its counterpart, which is not going to let me do until I have a shape. Oh, I'm also searching the wrong bar. Projectile in the second slot, self in the first slot. I haven't used these yet, but these allow me to press the C key and switch which shape I'm using. So you could do this for a combat spell that's like projectile and then projectile AoE. So you can toggle whether or not you want the AoE component. In this case, we're having it be self as its primary use, and we can switch it to a projectile for a secondary use. And this is our recall spell. What these two spells do in tandem is that mark, all it does is it targets and saves a location in space. That's it. It has no other function. And then recall later teleports its target to the marked space. Here in Ars Magica 2, recall has unlimited range. Later on, in Mana and Artifice, which we've also done a series of, recall's range is 500 blocks per point of spell strength, which is too small to be useful for anything. Well, not entirely too small for anything. It's basically, at that point, you have a bunch of marks, and you can do this in Ars Magica 2. In Mana and Artifice. Mana and Artifice gives you a book of marks. It's literally called that. And then you can use the recall spell to just bounce around your base without having to walk or use ladders or have viaducts. You can just teleport wherever you want into any room of the base. But if you want to use recall for what, in my opinion, a recall spell is for, and that's teleporting home, as with the Witch Hand and Otherwhere, then you need to improve its spell strength in Mana and Artifice, and spend just an ungodly amount of mana on it. I think when I finished that series, even at level, I maxed out my mage level, because the progression is different in Mana and Artifice. I can't say I maxed out my mage level, I maxed out something else, my progression tier, and was able to improve recall to like as strong as you can make it, and then I couldn't cast it anymore because it had an incredible mana cost. But all of that is neither really here nor there. We now have 5 spells that need to be made, in honestly no particular order. So let's start with Prosperity. Blank Ventium Arrow Snowball. I'm going to need a few of those, because 1, 2, 3, 4 of these. 4 of these are projectiles, and the 5th one includes a projectile. I'll just get these out of my inventory for now, but they need to be crafted soon. Blank Ventium Arrow Snowball. While I'm thinking about it, let's switch you over to snowballs. Just because we're going to need more snowballs and I don't want to go dig them. But hey, look at all the ice we have now. And I'm getting distracted. Blank Venting Arrow Snowball. Orange Rune, Iron Shovel, Iron Pick, Air Essence. Iron Shovel and Pick are for the dig component. Wax, Feather, Chimerite, Earth Essence, Diamond. Chimerite, Earth Essence, Diamond. And was that all? Oh, that's not just a diamond, that's a diamond pickaxe. I read that wrong. But then we're finished. Nothing special about this craft, just throw everything and then the parchment. And this is Unlock Prosperity. I do need to cast it once. Oh, done. And that's it. Never again. We now have access to one of these sections. utility, the prosperity component, which can be applied to a spell up to 3 times, giving it up to fortune or looting 3. The problem, which I mentioned the first time I spoke about this modifier, is that it requires... It requires a base essence core. That's not what I remember. Base essence core actually isn't quite that expensive. That's over here in essences. A base essence core is earth, air, fire, water. In the essence refiner with arcane ash. Could be worse. I thought it required a pure essence, because the pure essence is the base core, plus a high core, plus life essence, plus ender essence. So this is basically a compilation of every essence, all 10 of them. Because the base essence is the 4 basic elements. The high essence is the 4, I don't know what to call them, para-elements, I guess. Arcane, lightning, ice, nature. And the pure essence includes life and ender, the final 2, and a diamond for that matter. But we are getting away from our goals again. We unlocked prosperity. We now have the right to add fortune and looting to our spells. Star Strike. Blank Venting Arrow Snowball. We've got all those. 2 purple runes, a lapis, a book. Purple is not a color we have in here. Two purple, lapis, my memory is failing me. 2 purple, lapis, book, stone sword, earth essence. I think book and stone sword is part of the magic damage component, but I don't recall exactly. And then earth essence, I don't remember why this is needed. It's something in the spell. Oh, gravity. It's part of the gravity component. That makes sense. Earth essence, a compass, an eye of ender, and we're done. Compass. And eye of ender. So glad we have solved our ender pearl difficulties. And confirming, yep, that's it. The Star Strike unlock is ready. Star Strike is a spell component that stops existing in Mana and Artifice. It's replaced with a shape that's honestly very difficult to use. So this is Unlock Star Strike. Just throw that once, it does functionally nothing. And we now have access to Star Strike. Once I can get that book back, where'd it go? How'd you get over there? What the Star Strike component does, in here somewhere, there it is. You call down a star from the skies and cause it to strike all entities in the blast radius. You will harm friendly targets but not the caster. There's a short delay between casting and impact, and it will not work underground. So what this very expensive spell component does is it summons a projectile way up in the sky. And this projectile then drops, slams into the ground, and causes an AoE blast on impact. You know what's hilarious to use this with? Wall and Entangle. Because then you trap someone in place so they can't move away from the drop site of the star. And Wall triggers very, very, very rapidly. So it just causes a rain of stars to basically drill the target into the floor. Very satisfying. One of my favorites. You can't do that anymore in future versions. Next up, Rift Storage. A very important utility spell. White-purple chest Eye of Ender. Grab Toomey Red. Couple runes. White rune. Purple rune. Chest. Eye of Ender. Three glass bottles. That's... Oh, these are the components for the buff power. 3 glass bottle, 3 redstone and glowstone. I know I saw gas tears next. I'm not happy about that. Three gas tier, spider eye, netherwort. Thankfully I have those, but we need to get more of these. Gas tiers, easily the most difficult item in the game to farm. So it's gas tier, spider eye, netherwort, gunpowder, emerald. We're going to have to harvest some netherwort. That's okay, we have plenty. And then the spell parchment, and it's done. But this is for rift storage. So not an unlock. We're back into real spells now. Purple, chest, that, this. And now I just have to do all of these in sequence, one at a time. Or not? I want the emerald. Wait. Oh, it was 3 emeralds. Not just 1. I can read, I swear. There it goes. And the parchment. And this is just our storage rift now. With a funky pink icon. I always use the funky pink icon for it. And so what this does, and I specifically make it a projectile, not a touch, because if it's a touch and I just click into the air like this, it doesn't work. I specifically have to cast a touch on the floor. But projectile, I can shoot at the floor. And this gives me a double chest worth of storage. If I didn't use buff power 3 times, I'd only get the top 2 rows. Not even a full chest worth. The first 2 buff power give you an extra row each, and the third one gives you the last 2 rows. So now we have yet another pocket storage on top of our backpacks and our ender pouch. Yeah, extra double ender chest. I usually like to put tools in there. This is another spell, by the way, that doesn't work in the dream world, because the dream world does not like you summoning entities. So there's no point in me making a second rift spell to send to my dream self, because it just won't work. This brings us down to Mark and Recall, which should be very cheap. Blank Ventium Arrow Snowball, red, map, parchment. That's it. And this is a very, very simple and straightforward spell. All it does is mark a point. We'll keep this on hand rather than putting it in my spellbook just yet, because I want to showcase those before we close down for the day. And finally, Recall, which is going to be blank Ventium Arrow Snowball, but also not right away. Before Ventium Arrow Snowball, I will tell you, without even having to look, that it's going to be Feather, Fish, Clay. Because these are the components for touch. Is it clay or is it clay? I think it's this clay. That's the trouble with this being in text. So let's see if we're right here. No, not even a little, because it's not a touch spell. It's a self spell. And I don't know the self components by heart. 2 Ventium, Lesser, and some Essence. So let's actually read and do the right thing. 2 Ventium, don't need the third then. Lesser Focus is glass, and 4 nuggets. One thing I really actually don't like about Mana and Artifice is that it really expanded the focus tree. and made them necessary components for everything as you start going up in tier. But that's not a rant I'm going to go into right now. We got Blank, Alm, 2 Vindium, Lesser, Essence. Now it's Arrow Snowball time. For the projectile component. Orange Rune, Compass, Empty Map, Ender Pearl. Stop that. You're being distracting. Compass and Empty Map is just 2 compasses. One of them stays a compass. The other one is paper. And then Ender Pearl and done. Oh, yeah, let's throw that. Get the essence in, the Vintium, the arrow, everything else. Recall is going to be this blue whirlwind, keying off of the blue marker. So we're going to be a little bit Zelda about this. And the way these spells work. The first one is Projectile Mark. Okay, I think the bees over here have died. And probably killed a zombie in the process. Okay, these bees will... I'm gonna be stupid and cycle them again. Bye. Keep going, keep causing damage. Anyway, Mark. Way over there. Recall in stealth mode. Boop. And I can recast Recall from anywhere to return to the marked location. As I said, the most obvious use case for this is setting up a teleporter at home. You can also use it to transport yourself long and inconvenient distances. Or set up something like a permanent marker here, and then just recall back here anytime you want to farm more green skill points or something. It has a lot of obvious utility and it's very powerful. The other thing it can do, recall, it costs 200 mana to cast the self version. If we switch it over to projectile version, now it costs 619, which honestly is less than I was expecting. I remember it being more in the 1200 range. But what projectile recall allows you to do is recall something else to the marked point, like that sheep. That sheep is here now. This is another way to steal mobs and villagers. You can set a marker in a landing cell inside your base, and then use recall to teleport an infinite number of villagers and cows to that marked point. This becomes especially interesting once you gain access to dark mana. Which, honestly, I think we could do that. It wouldn't be smart, exactly, to make a Dark Nexus as our last trick today. Mostly because I don't have anywhere to put it. Maybe through this wall would work. Actually, no. That's still a problem. So, I'm thinking about, as I've mentioned a few times, the Dark Nexus. I still refer to them by those names, even though they're wrong. This is the Neutral Nexus, the Obelisk, for neutral mana. Neutral essence, technically. These are Light Nexus, for light essence. There's also a dark one. The dark one devours mobs of all types and produces dark energy, and produces dark essence that way. The problem with this is that you can't stop it. There is almost no way, in fact, that I know of, there is no way to prevent a Dark Nexus from eating a mob once it can see it. If this right here were a Dark Nexus, then it would be able to reach, I think, about this far. And if one of my Coven Witches happened to teleport anywhere this distance away or closer that has line of sight on the Dark Nexus, it would be grabbed by a tendril, yanked to the Dark Nexus, and then held above it, taking constant damage until it was dead. So in order to make a Dark Nexus setup that doesn't eat my Coven Witches, I'm going to need to put it some distance away where they aren't going to teleport to, and I don't know where that is yet. It is pretty cool. It's also hilarious in Thaumcraft, because Thaumcraft has all these things that cause mobs to just spawn on top of you. And I can bait them into the Dark Nexus, and they get devoured. The problem with Thaumcraft is that the Dark Nexus will also devour things like, oh, I don't know, your golems, any summons, any mob that you happen to like. My farm wouldn't be safe. It would eat butterflies. Everything. Everything must go, except players. It is very, very nasty home security. I think the best I could do with it, maybe, is put it somewhere way over here in the menagerie. Like way over here. This is still close enough to home where it'll function, but this should be too far for my Coven Witches to teleport to and cause problems. I could also just kind of put it right here in this hole. That would make it closer. A little. easier to get the power home with. The other problem is that the farther away it is, the more likely the connections are to be severed. So chunk loading and keeping everything connected is a bit of a problem. The last thought I have, and I've actually done this many, many, many times, would be to just go down. You have no idea. I do that. I do that all the time. It's my primary means of feeding the Dark Nexus. That's exactly what that's for. So what I think I'm going to do here, is go down. I'll just pick a spot like right here, kind of hope that I don't go down and hit any of my existing constructions. We can then try and viaduct our way over to it. That'll be a fun project. It'll be easier to reach with viaducts. Really do lunatics stop teleporting around? Making me nervous. But I want it directly below this one. And just as far down as it needs to be so the witches don't keep warping into it. So maybe the easiest way to do that is to start digging here, since we're going to block up the dig site anyway. And just break all the Minecraft rules and go straight down. We then need to go forward 2 and left 1 when we're done. So I guess we'll just go down this far, and then 1, 2, left 1, and this is the exact location. How far down do I want to go with this? Oh, that's the cache of coal that was promised oh so long ago. This should be far enough. We'll place ourselves an angry red marker. Cut out a 5x5 space. This is 3x3. There. Get the lights in, do what we have to do ore-wise. Oh, I can replace the ceiling blocks of my entranceway with glass again, since we are no longer a vampire. And let's actually make use of Mark. We'll be coming back here. Get recall at the ready. And my witch hand. And we're all ready to make ourselves the Dark Nexus. So, how does that go again? I know it's a ritual of corruption. We're making the Black Aurum. Which again, Wizard's Chalk Circle, Nether Brick Pillars, and Sunstone Block makes it the most powerful. Obsidian and Chimerite, yeah. Obsidian and Chimerite capstones make it improved, and then Sunstone makes it significantly better, but collecting Sunstone is a big production. Actually creating this is rituals. Ritual of Corruption Obelisk. It takes a monster focus, a sunstone, 4 candles, and some wizard chalk marks in a figure 8 kind of funky doodle pattern. And we need the obelisk, of course. But before I get too deep into that, it's time to get there. Looks like this will be a shorter trip than I gave it credit for. Still, I don't think 26 viaducts is going to be enough. And it's nowhere near far enough to justify a long range. Especially since there are so many turns on the way. So we are going to make more viaducts as well. And expand our tube network down here. Whoa, 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 that was a weirdly black block for a second. I have no idea what that was, and I just jumped blithely into it. Apparently it was just a lighting glitch, and not a fall directly into the void as I briefly feared. So, I need to do 2 more things here. One of them is create a row of essence conduits, so the power can actually get up here. 2, make a battery. 3, build the viaduct. And 4, grab some glass blocks. glass blocks, I believe, will count as transparent blocks and can also completely barricade this. Because Dark Nexus have another small problem. They can spawn a particular kind of monster that is tiny and annoying. And this particular type of monster is immune to the Dark Nexus itself. I think they're called Darklings. They're very small and very fast and don't do a whole lot of damage, but they're still a big pain in the neck. Alright, how are we on more viaducts? We have Aerothium to spare, so that's going to be glass and... yeah. I mean, it's a pain that it summons mobs in the first place. It's not like you already have to be really, really careful with where you put them. Viaduct. I don't know how many more I need. And I don't want to go overboard on them. Wrong version. Recall me, not the projectile. This is a wonderful example of recall, mark and recall making life so easy. I may actually have enough. I do have exactly enough. That's quite the shock. And let me get my wrench. Open this end. Wrench goes back. And I'll need some kind of item to use as a marker for this exit. But we're done with the mark and recall part of, well, for now anyway. Zoop. I love viaducts. Now let's try placing glass on the level immediately above. Because I think glass is a transparent block and won't suffocate you. If we do take damage on the way through the pipe, it won't be enough to kill us. Nowhere near. Nope, we're fine. It's just a little dark. Right, excellent. That part working perfectly. Which means I no longer need that marker. We just have this big hole to worry about. Let's see, blocks. what's it called? Ethereum conduit. Each one has a range of 10 blocks. That's what I wanted to know. And they can go up to 100 blocks in a chain. Made from stone and chimerite. How far down is the Dark Nexus? I don't know. But I'm going to need sunstone. We're going to need sunstone enough that luck potioning this one ore is going to be worth it. 7. That's a good number, honestly. How much chimerite do we have? A ton. Four blocks. Bunch of stone. It's fine if I make a few extras of these. And do we have any ladders? Oh yeah, plenty. I'm just gonna go ahead and ladder. This is temporary, like scaffolding. Excuse me, light, get on my way. I should really collect this iron, too. No reason not to. We're always so short on iron. And it's time to make our third battery. Also made with chimerite, as I recall. I may as well make 2. This will save me from making one later when I want to make a Star Strike spell. Alright, this battery will be for our Dark Essence. Just gonna stick that there. We go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I know it said 10, but why push it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Curiously perfect. Let's put it here. No, because I'm going to need more vertical clearance for this one. black orums are very particular in how they're built. I guess instead I'll put it here, like in the wall. Is that too far? It might be too far. It is too far, because 8 was ceiling level. So now I'm going to need at least one more, but that's why I made extra. So I'll just jam one, anywhere on the wall here. It really doesn't matter exactly. We just have enough to bridge the gap, and that's what matters. Ideally, we'll never have to look at this again. Now we have a name and a marker. So we need an obelisk to place here. And as much as I would like to just start decorating the whole room in nether brick, we're never going to look at this room. We need an obelisk. Chiseled, 4 stone, 4 Vintium. I had the stone the whole time. We have the obelisk, we have the sunstone. We're missing one more component, but I'll get to that in a minute. We need a monster focus. Standard +2 iron swords. Standard is redstone around a lesser. Lesser is glass and gold. Do I have iron swords? 1. So we make the other one. Lesser, standard, swords to focus. Now the last component that we're still missing here is part of the ritual that I forgot completely about. Ritual corruption, used to corrupt an obelisk into a black aurum. Ritual reagents, monster focus, sunstone. It doesn't tell you. The same way the ritual purification doesn't tell you. But you'll notice the ritual purification has, in its also see section, the light component. And when we made our light nexus, our celestial prisms, we finished the ritual by casting a light spell onto the obelisk. Ritual Corruption Obelisk is the same way. It's done with a fire damage spell. We don't currently have a fire damage spell. Unite Dig, Electric, Ice. We have no fire damage. Honestly, I think now's the time to take Ignition. Just for the fun of it. That might be a surprise tool that helps us later. Also, where did I even get that green point? I don't know. But we need a fire damage spell. We can cast on an obelisk. We need the chalk. We need 4 pig fat, 4 slabs, and 4 string. To make the warding candles needed for ritual. But we're also getting ahead of ourselves here. Because my inventory at this point is very choked with all kinds of materials needed for this. And we still have to make a spell. This spell is basically going to be projectile fire damage. That's it. I could add ignition on the tail end of this to make it a viable attack spell that would also light things on fire. And there's one boss that this would be useful for. But I don't think I want to do that. Because if this somehow fails to make a black orb, if I forget something, then the ignition component will create a fire that will consume whatever ingredients I threw down, meaning it'll eat the sunstone and the monster focus. So we don't want to destroy our items if I make a mistake. So let's just get this projectile fire spell made. Rune, spell parchment, hopefully it's short. It's going to be Vintium, arrow, snowball, can't get away from that, that's projectile. An extra Vintium, red rune, flint and steel. Good. It's very short and easy. And it lets me get rid of my flint and steel that's been outmoded for ages. This is a very simple firebolt. All it does is go pew. Oh, better icon. Just a very small little firebolt. Yep, one of the simplest spells that can ever exist. Now, there's the obelisk. This is one that I always have to look up every time, because this figure 8 shape is very strange. And we're going to do it horizontally, because if we did it in the other orientation, then our viaduct would be in the way. So it's 2 blocks adjacent, then like this. And then I have to go into the wall a block, because we need another chart mark in these spaces. And then the candles go in those little cubbies of the chalk markers. Don't hold shift when placing these, it causes something very different to happen. And now, Sunstone, Monster Focus, Fire Spell. Oof. That is our Black Aurum. It is about as dangerous as it looks, just not to us. We'll give it the upgrade pillars with the Chimerite blocks for power. And the chalk circle around the base. And that's as upgraded as it's going to get until we get a lot of sunstone. What I usually like to do with this thing is grab monster spawners and place them in the area. Really funny. That gets us a constant stream of fuel. But we need to get the crystal wrench and actually link it to our battery. Let's just recall down there. This is where mobs will appear if we shoot them and teleport them here. Oh no, not red. Red is bad. Alright, Black Aurum selected. And we connect it to the third battery. Pairing successful. Excellent. We can now connect this battery to everything else. Especially our crafting altar. Dark Essence is necessary for summoning the spells. You can't make a summon spell without a Dark Nexus. And now let me just sneak down here and block all this up. Actually, I suppose that's sufficient. We can leave the ladders as a kind of service access in case I want to mess around with What am I trying to say here? With the conduits. Although just to be unnecessary, just to be extra about it, let me get a sticky piston. Did I need to do that? Absolutely not. Well, we're doing it anyway. That's not a sticky piston. Whoops. Excuse me. You need a slime ball. Prepare the chalk. The durability of chalk still sucks. That will never change. And a couple more stone to plug the hole. Bam! Toggleable service tunnel. Brilliant. I don't have to look at or worry about that hole. And we can now use recall to banish creatures into our all-devouring portal of doom. He's got the love potion. Bad decisions are about to be made. This mushroom. I don't need you at all. Go to the Nexus. That is a very weird resource pack idea. Just being unnecessarily confusing. Fair, but still totally unnecessary. Alright, poof go the adult animals. Goodbye. You're being fed to the Nexus. I'm out of mana already. Very expensive spell. kind of overloaded on animals again. There's only one this time. This is fine. As long as I don't throw another one, everything will stay fine. Oh, how about those death bees? The holes are getting worse. I don't see any particles, so they're not currently running. More death bees. As we get stuck in one of the holes, is trying to escape. Slightly too much netherwort. Put the oak away. And we have successfully made 16,000 red power. That's not a whole lot. They do have one use. I did mention that there is actually a reason that I did that. They don't make anything, but they do have a purpose, and it's the same purpose that I made that gigantic tree. This species line of bees has a trait that I want, and it only appears in this bee species. So while the species itself is functionally useless and doesn't produce anything I need, the bee itself is the sole source of the largest territory range. No other bee species has that. And if we can add largest to our standard upgrade template, then we can have bees with the Explorer effect, granting us constant XP generation anywhere on our base. I mean, look at how much this largest territory covers. Everywhere that there are holes, these bees can reach. Now imagine this kind of radius giving us experience. Or regeneration, for that matter, if I put Beatific in. So that's why I'm making this bee branch that doesn't give us anything directly. Yes, beacons, exactly. Arguably less dangerous than harvesting more nether stars to make actual beacons. But yes, beacons. I like that. Wait, there's 16k power in here. So that means that all of the machines that can take power have already had power distributed to them as well. So that's 16k stored power on top of all the other power that we've stuffed into everything along the way. Nice. We're still going to need a way to steadily produce this, which is why we rushed towards appropriation. Appropriation is a spell that can move monster spawners. And that will allow us to, one spawner at a time, create a zone down below where we can just have mobs funneled in. And the easiest and best way to do that is going to be with... I actually don't have any. Conveyor belts. I mean, the traditional way would be to use water streams, but conveyor belts are much more powerful when it comes to moving mobs around. They cannot resist a conveyor belt the way they can fight a water stream. And these belts will just deliver them directly to the Dark Nexus. And they're cheap. In 1 iron bar, rubber bars are essentially free. And we're growing redstone. And that makes 16. 4 iron for a stack of conveyor belts. Cheaper and easier than water streams. All we'll have to do is down here off of the Dark Nexus room, we'll like drill a hole in this back wall, create a dark area, place some monster spawners in it, and have a conveyor belt leading straight here. And that will give us an infinite trickle of passive dark essence. I just need to get to the appropriation spell shape first, which is a red point. The easiest red point may actually be the Winter Guardian. He's no joke. Ice on top of 2 blue topaz blocks, create 3 snow golems close by, and there's a golden lace circle on the ground. So there's a little bit of expense involved in summoning him. Not much, but a little. And if we prepare adequately, we can take him down. But that is going to be a challenge for another time, because he's also going to need some specific spells to take him down, like fire. We have fire damage, we have ignition. That should be good against a winter and cold-based guardian. I'll also have to make an arena in a cold biome. I don't actually know if Extreme Hills over there counts as a cold biome. Like, it does specify that, right? Seek an area in the grips of winter. Yeah, it has to be a cold biome. So maybe the cold mountains will count. Maybe I have to find some other snowy biome. And probably make some more waystones to get there. But these are all questions for later. Right now, we've made some excellent progress, and we cured ourselves of vampirism the easy way. I don't know if you were around for that. I fought Lilith a 3rd time and gave her garlic, and that instantly cures vampirism. It's like a secret 4th thing that you can give Lilith after you kill her. she'll say something. What she says is, well, if that's what you want, then you can be mortal again. So much easier than doing the ritual remove curse. Especially with the gas potions we made. Yeah, but she's not. She's the mother of vampires, but not really a vampire herself. Just kind of crazy demon. But that's neither here nor there. For now, we are all set. I don't really have anything to leave myself as a statement of intent. Maybe if I grab like some snow blocks and pumpkins, then that'll remind me. We'll do this. This is my reminder to do Winter Guardian stuff. Ice on top of blue topaz blocks, and snow golems. There's my reminder of what we're doing next time, which of course will be Wednesday since I take Tuesdays off. That'll do it. See you next time.